Well, good morning, everyone. It's Mark Elliot coming from the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0 here at Movement Fitness and Performance. We're about to get going underway. We thank everybody for tuning in. We're doing the live stream due to COVID-19 regulations. Makes it very impossible for us to have the normal spectators that we do here. But we really wanted to make sure that the friends and family of all of the lifters here had a chance to see their friends and loved ones compete, and it's going to be a great day. We've had a lot of people that have been chomping at the bit to get back into the meet. Our first lifter of the day is going to be Wanda Bosek. And Wanda, if I'm mispronouncing your last name, my apologies. She is in the 84 plus kilogram class, and she will be attempting 60 kilos on the squat. We've got my friend Edward managing the live chat here. Edward's waving. You can't see him because, quite honestly, both Edward and I, we have a voice for radio. But we're going to get going underway here shortly. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the meet sponsors, the people who made this. You'll see the banner in the back. Kaizen Naturals, providing protein packs for everyone's and shaker cups for the athletes. Really appreciate that. You'll also see our other main sponsor is Action Physiotherapy. And you'll also notice that everybody that you'll see on the live stream is wearing masks, including Ed and myself here in the live stream booth. As part of our health regulations, just taking things very seriously, we want to make sure that everybody who comes into the meet is healthy. There was a COVID-19 screening, and we want to make sure everybody who leaves the meet leaves as healthy as they showed up, and if not, glowing a little bit from hitting some PRs. I was talking to the main referee during an orientation class earlier this week, and I think everyone's excited to have a meet running again. The intention of everyone here is that everybody gets to come in, gets to do their lifts, gets to set some new PRs, and most importantly, have fun while they're doing it. As you can see, we're going over the preps. The volunteers here are making sure that between lifts, that everything is sanitized between a lot of regulations with COVID-19. And the nice thing is, though, we're still going to have a great lift here today. So feel free to share the YouTube link that you're on with your friends. Again, we should be getting the first lift underway shortly. All right. And it looks like we're about to call our first lifter to the bar. So again, this is the Movement Powerlifting Classic, and it looks like we're about ready to get underway. A lot of work has gone into this. We'd like to thank Movement Fitness and Performance for hosting the meet here. It's going to be a fun day. Here we go. And I see 1, 2, 3 white flags. That should be a good lift for Wanda. We're resetting the bar for the next person coming in. Melissa Perry, who is in the 63 kilogram weight class. She will be doing 77.5 kilos for her first attempt. For those under the old imperial system, that's nearly 171 pounds. That is I would say that's quite a bit of weight to throw on one shoulder, wouldn't you, Ed? Yeah, Ed and I agree. We're glad Melissa's doing this and not us. but hoping for a successful attempt here. Let's see here. You know, Melissa's been powerlifting for about 2 years. This is her third meet, and the squat is actually her favorite part of the lift. The bar is loaded. So again, Melissa Perry will be attempting 77.5 kilos. One, two, three white flags. This is a good lift. Successful first attempt for Melissa Perry at 77.5 kilos. Bars being reset for our next lifter. That information will be coming up on your stream quickly. Again, if you're tuning in on YouTube, we do have the live chat going, and Ed will be replying to that. Our next lifter, Tanya Butchko, coming in, attempting 82.5 kilograms. That's over 180 pounds. Tanya is in the 84 kilogram class. Looks like Tanya will have to be reattempting that lift. I saw 2 red flags there. 2 red flags means that they will have to attempt again. A red flag on the squat means a failure to bend the knees and the lower body until the top surface of the legs and the hip joint lower than the top of the knees. That's a heck of a lot of weight. Our next lifter, Michelle will be attempting 115 kilograms. Let's see what the refs score. I see 1, 2, 3 white flags for 115 kilos. That was an awesome lift there, Michelle. Now moving on, we have Donald Marcello. Donald is in the 66, excuse me. All right, for 115 kilograms, 3 white flags. Perfect attempt there for Donald Marcello. The volunteers here are doing an amazing job resetting the weights, sanitizing between the racks. They're doing an exceptionally great job, moving quick. Almost faster than Edward can type in for the next one. We've got David Woodward coming up. And David looks like he's going to be attempting 130 kilos. David's coming up 130 kilogram weight. That was 130 kilos, 280 pounds. I see 2 white flags, 1 red flag. That should count as a good lift for David. You need to get 2 white flags. All right, so Wanda's coming up for her second attempt. All right, we have 3 wide flags, so a second successful attempt for Wanda. That was 70 kilograms, is over 150 pounds. Good job. Second lift now for Melissa Perry, 82.5 kilo attempt. I take this moment just to thank again some of the sponsors here. Winnipeg Deck and Rail and Apex Elite for sponsoring the mat. Also like to thank MJC 3D Prints for the trophies that they're making. Divine Shirts Company, you're seeing their work on the volunteers right now. As well as White Lion Athletics, thank you very much for coming in. So again, we're looking for Melissa Perry, attempt number 2, 82.5 kilos. That is over 181 pounds. And let's see how the refs score that. 1, 2, 3 white flags for a successful lift for Melissa Perry at 82.5 kilos. All right, Tanya Butchko coming in for a second attempt at 82.5. All right. And that is a 3 white flags. Perfect score for Tanya Butchko. So she gets to record that attempt at 82.5 kilos. All right, so we have Michelle coming in. Michelle, Commentating. Hopefully, Michelle, I got your name right. Michelle will be trying for 120 kilos. That is a lot of weight. 285 pounds almost. waiting to see one, two, just one white flag, two reds. So that attempt will not count. However, Michelle will have a third attempt to get her best weight record on each lift. Each lifter will have 3 attempts to get the most weight possible for each lift. Their combined weights will be their score for the meet. So Donald Marcello coming back to the bar, attempting to squat 120 kilograms, 264.6 pounds. I see 3 white flags for Donald. Donald has 3 white flags, and that is a good, solid, clean lift for Donald. David Woodward is the next person up. Interesting fact, it was his son Nathaniel, who's also his coach, that got him interested in powerlifting and has been lifting since the Classic 2.0 back in April of last year. All right. So in comes David. He will be attempting 140 kilograms, just over 308 pounds. All right. And 2 white flags and 1 red flag. This is a good lift for David. So congratulations, 140 kilos. That is a lot of weight. So Wanda is coming back on. Wanda's been doing powerlifting for about a year. This is her second competition. She's going to be attempting 75 kilograms on this lift. Her advice to starting in powerlifting: get a good trainer and coach to teach you people form and technique. That's good advice from Wanda. Third attempt. All right, and let's see what the refs have to say on Wanda's third attempt. Wanda gets 2 white flags. She successfully records that lift. Okay, moving back to Melissa Perry. Melissa's jokingly said that she was groomed into powerlifting by her coach, Tommy Howell, and that a great coach will do wonders. She fell in love with lifting and learning. She loves the feeling of it. This is her favorite event in powerlifting. Melissa will be attempting 85 kilos on her third attempt, 187.4 pounds. Let's see how she does. The call to rack, looking for the signal from the refs. I see 2 white flags, 1 red. This is a good lift for Melissa Perry at 85 kilos there, or 87.5. Sorry, 85 it was. So 3 successful attempts there. Our next lifter coming up, Tanya Butchko. attempting 87.5 kilos. That's over 192 pounds, nearly 193 pounds. All right, third and final attempt for Tanya Butchko. And let's see what the referees have to say. 3 white flags. It's a perfect lift for Tanya Butchko. Cleaning her third attempt perfectly. All right. We have Michelle Kamanik. Michelle's coming up. She will be lifting 120 kilograms. That is just shy of 265 pounds. This is her third and final attempt in the squat. All right, let's see how the referees view this third lift here from Michelle. I see two white flags. This is a good lift. So we've got Donald Michello coming up for his third lift here. Donald is a Raptors and Golden State Warriors fan. Yes, it's possible to cheer for 2 basketball teams at once. The advice he'd give to somebody interested in powerlifting is train hard, work on mobility, don't get injured, and have a good coach. And I think just about everybody would agree that having a good coach will help you not get injured. Donald will be attempting 125 kilograms for his third squat. That is 275 plus pounds. And let's see what the refs have to say with that. 2 red flags. It looks like, so that lift will not count, but Donald had 2 successful lifts there, so he does post a very good score. Bringing in the final person for this flight, David Woodward. David will be attempting 150 kilograms. That's over 330 pounds of weight. It's good to note that's nearly double the weight class that he's in at the moment. So amazing lift there by David Woodward. Let's see what I see. 1, 2, 3 white flags. So a perfect lift for David. That clears this flight. We're moving on now to flight. Our second flight are the males ages 24 to 39. Jordan Smith, I believe, will be our first lifter. No, excuse me, it's going to be Ron Hung. Ron's first squat will be an lift attempt of 125 kilograms, just over 275 pounds. All right. Let's see what the refs have to say about that first squat. All right. It looks like that lift will not count. Ron does have 2 more attempts to get. So we'll be moving on to Billy Ray Tejones. Billy Ray will be lifting 150 kilograms. It's over 330 pounds. Billy will be approaching the bar. The bar is now loaded for him. So 3 white flags. I think Billy Ray made that one look easy. Goodness knows it's not. Congratulations on a clean lift there, Billy Ray. Billy Ray has been doing this now for 2 years. However, this is the first meet he has competed in. His favorite lift will be the deadlift, which is coming up later. Right now, we've got Jordan Smith coming in with 155 kilograms, over 341 pounds. Jordan has been powerlifting for 3 years, and this will be his 12th meet. So a veteran to the sport here today. There we go. Let's see what the refs have to say about that squat. I see 3 white flags, so that counts. Good job for Jordan. Which brings our next competitor up shortly, Cody Dietrich. Cody Dietrich, this is his second official meet. He got involved when mutual friends were competing and got into training in with him. He is the gym owner here at Movement Fitness and Performance. When he's not busy lifting, he's busy watching the Raptors hopefully take their second championship. Cody will be attempting 165 kilos for his first lift. All right, let's see what the refs have to say. Effortless almost. This moment, just like to thank one of our other sponsors here, Capital Ford Lincoln, who have loaned me out for the day to provide the live stream. When I'm not busy answering the phones at Capital Ford Lincoln, I'm busy here commentating for the Powerlift Movement Classic 3.0. Bar is loaded for Dino, who will be attempting 172.5 kilograms. That is 380.3 pounds. All right. And the refs, 1, 2, 3 white flags. A perfectly clean lift for Dino. All right, next coming up, Scott Soriano. I think it's important to point out there are quite a few of the competitors here. A lot do it for fun. Some are hoping to use this meet to qualify for the provincials later in the year. And from there, hopefully, on to the nationals. It's a couple of people who are rather serious and would like to get to that level. And as you can see, there's some pretty impressive weights. Scott will be attempting 192.5 kilograms in his first lift. That is over 424 pounds. And let's see what the... I see all white flags. Again, making it look effortless. I know that it is not. Best advice Scott gives to people looking at getting into powerlifting: don't focus on the numbers. That'll come. Focus on getting strong, proper technique, and just having fun. Good advice. As our next competitor is getting ready, Alex Clayton, in the 105 kilogram class. Alex will be attempting to lift 265 kilos in his first attempt. That is 584 plus pounds. So here comes Alex to the bar. Again, 265 kilograms for his first of 3 attempts, which is just over 584 pounds. And we'll see the refs there again. 3 white flags. Again, another competitor that just almost makes it look easy. But just to point out, 585 kilograms. That is the weight of a pretty decent-sized motorcycle that he just hoisted on the back of his shoulders, took down, lifted up again. All right, so back to Mr. Ron Hung. We're going to try his second attempt. All right. Ron hoping to make a successful second attempt here. And this one will count. 2 white flags, 1 red flag. So Ron will be able to score that attempt. Billy Ray Tahone is coming again for his second attempt. Successful on his first one. Be attempting 157.5 kilograms on this one here. All right. See how the refs score that lift. 3 white flags. So again, another perfect lift for Billy Ray Tajones. Jordan Smith is up next. Will be attempting 165 kilograms on his second lift. So all right. So 165 kilograms is the weight on the bar. That is just over 363 pounds. Let's see. I see 1, 2, 3 white flags. So another successful list for Jordan Smith. Jordan's advice to somebody into starting in powerlifting is just start. Whether you think you're strong or not, just get that first meet done, and the drive to succeed just grows. Up now, Cody Dietrich coming back for his third lift. Second lift, rather, at 172.5 kilograms. That's just over 380 pounds. All right. And another successful lift for Cody, who clears all 3 white flags. It's kind of fun to watch the volunteers prepare the rack between lifts. It's like watching a pit crew for NASCAR, like just efficient, sanitizing the bar, resetting the height and the weight. So Dino Kamere is back up, lifting 185 kilograms. That's 407.9 pounds. And then again, another clean lift for Dino. Effortless looking. I can imagine the amount of work it takes, however, to lift a squat over 400 pounds and make it look like he's just lifting a bag of flour. That's quite impressive. We have Scott Soriano coming in. He will be lifting 210 kilograms. He's in the 120 210 kilos, 483 pounds. Attending some difficulty with the equipment. Be a perfect time to just again thank our main sponsors, Kaizen Naturals and Action Physiotherapy, the 2 main sponsors of Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. Also a thank you to Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, and Divine Shirts Company, providing funds and prizes and shirts here for the meets happening today. Also a Capital Ford Lincoln. After the meet, if you're looking for a car, feel free to drive to Capital Ford Lincoln at 555 Empress. Tell them Mark Elliot sent you, and they will treat you just as well as if they didn't say I sent them, but it makes me look good to my employer. So please that. It looks like we've got the issue fixed on the rack there. Soriano to attempt his second lift, 210 kilograms. And let's see what the referees have to say. 3 white flags, perfect lift. Scott seemed very happy with that. Scott has been powerlifting for 2 years. This is his 4th meet in total. His favorite event is the deadlift, still to come later today. Now moving to Mr. Alex Clayton. Alex will be lifting 277.5 kilograms. That is over 611 pounds. He is lifting more than 2.5 times his weight class. You know, you can't help it, but I kind of hold my breath when I watch these guys lift that much weight. And again, a perfect lift for Alex. 3 white flags, successful of over 611 pounds. All right, going back to the beginning. Ron, who cleared his lap, is going to be jumping from 132 to 150 kilograms. This will take his total weight to over 330 pounds. And the ref has now called Ron to the bar. All right. 1. 2 red flags, so that last count will not count. However, Ron did score a successful lift in his second, so he does have one score qualifying. Which brings us back to Mr. Billy Ray Tajones, who will be attempting 165 kilos, 383.3 pounds, a significant amount of weight. And the refs give me 3 white flags for Mr. Billy Ray. So that's 3 successful lifts for Billy Ray Tajones. Jordan Smith coming up for his 3rd attempt of 175 kilograms, 385 pounds. That is more than twice the weight class category is in at 74 kilos. All right. 3 more white flags for Jordan Smith. That's 3 successful lifts for Jordan. It's bringing us to Cody Dietrich. They're setting the rack for again. All right, Cody for his third and final squat here will be attempting 180 kilograms, which is 396.8 pounds. Cody has 60 seconds to approach the bar and get set after being called to the bar. There we go. I saw 2 white flags, I believe, for a successful lift there for Mr. Cody Dietrich. Which brings Dino Cameri to the bar. For attempt number 3, Dino will be attempting 192.5 kilograms, 424.4 pounds. And I see 3 white flags again. Another perfect lift, a perfect attempt for Dino. It's going to bring Scott Seriano back for his third attempt. 215 kilograms. It's over 474 pounds. Bar is loaded for Scott. And the refs give Scott 3 white flags for 3 perfect lifts. I think Scott's done the most celebrating after his lifts of all of the lifters leaving the rack today, so he's been very happy with his performance. And Alex Clayton will be coming in for his third and final attempt here in the squat, lifting 282.5 kilograms. That is over 622 pounds. There's a lot of weight, and the refs give 2 out of 3 white flags. That is a good lift at 282.5 kilos. And somebody's happy there. So that completes the squat portion of the first flight. Because of the COVID-19 rules, we are splitting up the event into a morning and an afternoon session. So the first 2 flights will be doing their 3 events in the morning. Second 2 flights will be doing the same 3 in the afternoon. So you'll be able to tune back in for that later. We're now preparing for the bench press. Again, each competitor will have 3 attempts to lift the most weight that they can. We're going to be going back to the first flight. Wanda Bosek will be attempting 35 kilos in her first lift. It's amazing how quick the volunteers can get things set up. It was just the rack for squat. Now, oh look, it's something completely different. So kudos to the volunteers here. So the competitors are going to get a little bit of a break, which is good, before moving on to the bench press. Again, thank you to our sponsors here for the Movement Powerlifting Classic. This really can't be done without their help. Powerlifting is a very big growing sport here in Manitoba. It's more than doubled in size in the last 5 years. The popularity of the sport spreading, probably due to the ease of access. Anywhere you can find weights on a bar, you can pretty much do this sport. If you would like to learn more about powerlifting, you feel free to call the good folks here at Movement Fitness and Performance, Movement FP. I can guarantee you'll know something about it, as a couple of the coaches, not to mention the owner of the gym himself, are part of this meet. So we're just going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll be right back when the action continues. Thank you again, and thank you again to our sponsors. Kaizen Naturals, Action Physiotherapy are the 2 main sponsors of the event. Winnipeg, Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC, 3D Prints, White Lions Athletics, Divine Shirt Company, and Capital for Lincoln also sponsoring the event. Thank you very much for your generosity. Do the organizers of this meet a favor. Please provide your patronage to these businesses who are investing in amateur athletes here in the province of Manitoba. Well, it looks like we're about getting ready to start the second round. Second event, bench. Wanda will attempt a bench of 35 kilograms. That's over 77 pounds. All right. And flags. 2 whites. 2 whites and 1 red. So that does count as a good lift for Wanda. Our second lifter, Melissa Perry. Melissa will be attempting 40 kilograms. That is over 88 pounds. All right. This is the first of 3 attempts. All right. So Melissa did not get her first attempt off, but she still has 2 more left. Tanya Butchko is coming up next. Be attempting a bench press of 55 kilograms. It's over 121 pounds. All right. Looks like a very, very clean lift from here. Let's see what the refs say. 2 white flags, so this counts as a good lift for Tanya Butchko. This will bring up Michelle Kamanik. Michelle will be attempting 62.5 kilograms or 137 pounds of weight. It looks like the first attempt didn't quite get off. 2 more attempts, however, for Michelle. Bars now being set for Donald Marcello. Donald is actually a personal trainer, but has Tommy Howell here from from Movement Fitness and Performance as his powerlifting coach. Donald will be attempting to bench 67.5 kilograms or 148.8 pounds. And again. Three wide flags, so a clean lift for Donald Marcello. Which brings us to David Woodward. David will be attempting 95 kilograms. That's over 209 pounds. David is originally from Portage La Prairie. His go-to post-weigh-in meal? Granola and yogurt. So David's coming in, again, attempting 95 kilograms, over 209 pounds. Good attempt here from David. Brings us to the end of the first round of the bench press. Going to the second attempts. This brings us to So Melissa Perry is being called in for her second attempt of 40 kilograms. Melissa mentioned that she feels like she's making the best situation with this meet. So excited that it could happen, because it could have happened not at all. And she senses some sick PRs coming. So this is Melissa's second attempt at the bench press, 40 kilograms. All right. And let's see what the refs have to say. 2 whites, 1 red. That is a successful lift for Melissa Perry. So, going to Wanda's second attempt. Wanda's a school bus driver. Very cool. This is her second competition in the year that she's been training. She's been looking forward to getting back to pre-COVID lifting weights. Happy to be able to compete like many of the other lifters in today's meet. So Wanda's second attempt, 40 kilograms. Very close. Wanda will have one more attempt at the 40 kilogram weight on her third attempt. We have Tanya Butchko coming up next. Tanya will be attempting 60 kilos, 132 pounds. Looks like the bar is now set for Tanya. So this is her second attempt. And let's see what the refs have to say. Another perfect lift for Tanya, making it look rather easy. Again, that's not exactly a small amount of weight to be lifting off your chest. Coming in for her second attempt, Michelle Kamanik. And my apologies to Michelle if I'm mispronouncing your name. Michelle will be attempting, again, 62.5 kilos. This is her second attempt. First attempt. So 2 attempts there for Michelle. She'll have one more attempt to do a successful lift in this category. Now calling in Donald Marcello. Donald will be lifting 77.5 kilograms. Successful in his first attempt at 67.5. He is jumping the weight up a whole ton here to over 170 pounds. If I can believe what Donald wrote on his sheet here, it says he's probably going to go for a chicken wrap sub from Subway after the meet. It is his favorite post-weigh-in meal. And seeing the refs, 3 white flags again. So even with the considerable jump in weight, Donald pulls off a very successful second attempt. Now setting the rack up here for David Woodward. David will be lifting 95 kilos in his second attempt here. Again, 95 kilograms, just over 209 pounds of weight. And second attempt, not successful by David there. One more attempt, however, to nail that on the next round. We're now going into the third attempt. Oh, sorry. So resetting the rack. For the third round of lifting here. So Wanda Bosek is coming up for her third and final attempt. She nailed the first attempt at 35, missed the second lift at 40. She'd really like to get this third attempt at 40 done. This adds to her total score. The bar is set. A good attempt there by Wanda Bosek. However, she did get a weight of 35 kilos in her first attempt, so she does have a score for the second lift of the meet. Coming up shortly, Melissa Perry. Melissa missed her first one at 40, nailed it on the second one. Is attempting 42.5 kilograms on this one. That is over 93 pounds of weight. I'm looking at Ed, and Ed and I both agree. We wouldn't want to have to lift 93 pounds of weight off of our chests. So Melissa's going to have to do it for us, we think. So Melissa hoping to get this one, add to her combined score from the meet before moving on into the deadlift. Well, still a good attempt there by Melissa Perry. She does score 40 kilos for this event, and that will be added to the total weight. Tanya Butchko now coming in, Michelle Kamanik. Michelle will be attempting 62.5 kilos. That's 137.8 pounds. Michelle missed her first two attempts, would really like to nail this third attempt to post a score for the bench press. And if there's one thing I've learned about this powerlifting community, they're very supportive of one another. Everybody around the bar right now is hoping for a successful lift here for Michelle. Oh, so close. So close, but good effort there from Michelle. Which brings us to Tanya Butchko. Tanya has had two successful lifts at 55 and 60, aiming for 65 kilograms on this lift. That's 143 plus pounds. And Tanya has been called to the bar. Can she make it all the way up? Two white flags. So that's a good lift. So 3 successful lifts there for Tanya. Last one at 65 kilograms. Which brings us back to Donald Marcello. Donald has succeeded in his first 2 lifts. His last lift, he went to 77.5 kilos from 67.5. Slightly smaller jump on this one, but still pretty significant. Up to 82.5 kilograms That is over 181, nearly 182 pounds. And Donald has been called to the bar. All right. 2 out of 3 successful attempts and a very respectable 77.5 kilogram weight lifted by Mr. Donald Marcello, which brings us to David Woodward. This is David's third attempt to clear 95 kilograms. That's 209.4 pounds. So close, so close. Good try, though, by David there. So we're going on to the second fight, the open males, ages 24 to 39. Ron Hung coming up first. Ron will be attempting 90 kilos in his first bench press. That is just shy of 199 pounds at 198.4. Let's see what the refs... We see 2 reds, so Ron will have to reattempt. Jordan Smith being called in for his next attempt. Jordan's post-weigh-in meal, soy sauce and rice. Ed and I are both Filipino. That's a great meal to have any day of the week and twice on Sunday. And matter of fact, in my house, we have it 3 times on Sunday. Often with a nice fried egg and some protein to go with it. Jordan will be attempting 102.5 kilograms in his first attempt. That's 226 pounds. Exactly. So just the volunteers making a few adjustments on the bar here. It'll be a good time just to remind folks to, again, if you're enjoying watching this live stream, please pay patronage to the event sponsors. Kaizen Naturals are one of our main sponsors, as well as Action Physiotherapy. Winnipeg Deck and Rail and Apex Elite also helping support the meet, as is MJC 3D Prints, who've provided some very cool looking trophies. White Lion Athletics for sponsoring Divine Shirt Companies for providing the t-shirts for the volunteers here at the meet, and to Capital Ford Lincoln. They'll be helping out with the volunteers lunch today, as well as donating my talents to help with the commentating. Capital Ford Lincoln, located by Polo Park Mall. It looks like we've got the equipment issues settled. Jordan Smith has been called forward. All right, let's see what the refs have to say. That was pretty quick. 3 white flags. Again, a successful lift there from Jordan. First one in the bench press. I don't think Jordan's missed a lift all morning. Showing really good form and really making it look easy. I don't know of... I didn't think it was possible to make lifting 226 pounds off your chest that easy. Brings us now to Billy Ray Tejones. Coming in to attempt 105 kilograms. That's 231.5 pounds. Billy Ray is originally from the Philippines, moved to Canada when he was 9. When he is not busy powerlifting, he enjoys playing Pokemon. All right. Getting set on the bar again. It's attempt number 1 on the bench press. 105 kilos. All right. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white flags. Billy Ray Tejones. Which brings Cody Dietrich up next. Cody will be attempting 115 kilograms for his first attempt. 200 pounds for his first attempt here. Cody is currently the holder of the provincial deadlift record in his first meet, or he achieved a provincial deadlift record in his first meet ever for his weight category, the open 74 kilogram. Let's see what the refs have to say. 3 white flags for a perfect lift for Mr. Cody Dietrich. Which brings us back to Dino. Which brings us up to, rather, Dino. Brings us to Scott. There we go. The joy of live streaming stuff is that there's always some things to go. Scott will be attempting 125 kilograms on his first lift. That's over 275 pounds. Ooh. Makes it look easy. Let's see what the judges have to say, and it looks like it is a clean lift. 3 white flags for Mr. Scott Soriano. So Dino Camara is up next. Dino will be attempting 130 kilograms, 286.6 pounds. And the refs, 3 white flags, another flawless. So that was a successful lift there for Dina Kamari. Sorry if we lost the stream for a second there. So we'll be bringing back up Ron Hung. He will be setting at 90 kilos for this bench press. So this is Ron's second attempt at 90 kilos. Let's see what the judges have to say about that. Looking for the flags. Three white flags. So a successful lift there for Mr. Rong Hung. Which brings up Billy Ray Tejone's second attempt, 110 kilograms. The refs are just going over some of the equipment again here. Again, taking time to thank our sponsors here for supporting the meet in the live stream here for the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. Kaizen Naturals for providing protein packs and shaker cups for all of the athletes. And Action Physiotherapy is one of our other main sponsors helping with the financials here for the meet. So please, if you are... a big way to support this meet is to support the sponsors and give them your patronage. Okay, so we're back to Ron. Ron is doing 102.5 kilograms. Three white flags, so Ron is able to get 102.5 kilograms for that attempt. Which brings us again to Billy Ray Tejone's, probably one of the more fun names I get to say all morning. So Billy Ray will be attempting 110 kilos, which is just over 242 pounds. All right, and Billy has been called to called into the bar as the weight is set. All right. And 3 white flags given to Billy Ray for a second successful lift, this time of 110 kilograms. This brings up Jordan Smith as our next lifter. Jordan will be attempting the same weight, 110 kilograms. Ooh. Spotters caught that one there. So for Jordan, that's one successful attempt. We're going to go, he still has one more attempt to try to increase his rate. Next up, Mr. Cody Dietrich. Cody will be attempting 120 kilograms. It's 264.6 pounds. So here comes Cody. Again, this is his second of 3 attempts. His first attempt, he successfully lifted 115 kilograms. We're now aiming for 120. And let's see what the 2 white flags for Cody Dietrich is enough to give him another successful lift. Up next should be Mr. Scott Soriano. Scott will be attempting 132.5 kilograms. That's 7.5 kilos more than his previous attempt. Let's see. 3 white flags for Scott. That's a second successful bench press. With one more attempt to increase his weight amount and therefore increase his score for the meet. Dino Camara is up next. Will be attempting 142.5 kilograms. This is a good 12.5 kilos more than his first attempt. Over 314 pounds. Let's see what the refs have to say. 2 red flags. So there might have been some movement on the bar. It might have gone, started to go back down on the lift on one side. However, it's a ton of weight. Dino will have one more attempt to complete that lift score. This brings up now Mr. Alex Clayton. Alex is a part of the open 105 kilogram class. He'll be attempting 172.5 kilograms, over 380 pounds. Our volunteers making sure the weight is secure before Alex is called to the bar. Again, this will be 172.5 kilograms, 7.5 kilos more than his first attempt of 165. Three white flags for Alex, so a second perfect lift, which brings us to the third round. So Jordan will be given a chance to redo the 110 kilogram lift that he just missed on his second attempt. So 110 kilograms, third and final attempt for Mr. Jordan Smith, 242.5 pounds. All right, let's see what the judges have to say. The refs say that is a clean lift. So Jordan will get to add to his score. So bringing up Billy Ray Tejones again. Billy Ray will be attempting 115 kilograms in his third and final lift for the best bench press. That's over 253 pounds. Oh, so very close. Good attempt, though, there. That's 2 successful lifts, though, for Billy Ray, with a best of 110 kilos for the event. This brings us back to Ron Hung. Ron will be attempting 115 kilos in his third attempt here, having successfully cleared 102.5 kilos in his second attempt. Good attempt, though, there by Mr. Ron Hung. He will have scored, though, on his attempt 102.5 kilos for the event. This brings Cody Dietrich up for his third and final bench press. He did his first at 115, his second at 120. He will be attempting 122.5 kilos in his third and final attempt here in the bench press. Let's see what the refs have to say. One white flag, one red flag, two red flags. Good attempt by Mr. Cody Dietrich. Just some shifting of the bar on the way back out. One side might have gone down before it went up. But a great attempt. Cody does complete the bench press with two successful attempts. Which brings us to Scott Soriano. Attempt number 3. He will be attempting 140 kilograms, which puts the weight to over 308 pounds. Which is... Scott has been powerlifting for 2 years. This is his 4th meet in total. Born in Winnipeg, Scott would like to get some pizza after his weigh-in is done. And I don't blame him. He's going to earn it today. He's had some amazing lifts. Close, very close. You can see it's a lot of weight there. 2 successful lifts, though, for Scott today. He's got to be very happy with his performance. Which brings up Mr. Dino Camere, who will be attempting 142.5 kilograms. He nailed his first attempt at 130, just missed 142.5 on his second attempt. Would like to nail it on his third and final attempt here in the bench press to add to his total score for the meet. It was over 314 pounds, and the refs call a perfect lift on that attempt, so Dino will be able to get his total weight up for this event at 142.5, which adds to his total for the meet. Good job there, Dino. Now calling Alex Clayton up for his third and final press. Alex has been very impressive. He will be attempting 175 kilograms on his third attempt here from 172.5. This brings his total to 385.8 pounds on a successful lift. Manages to successfully get it back to the rack. As long as we get two white flags from the refs, that counts. So Alex is 3 for 3 in the bench press with a very impressive 175 kilograms. Thanks again to our sponsors here, Kaizen Naturals and Action Physiotherapy, the two main sponsors of the event. Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Print, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company, and Capital Ford Lincoln, as well for contributing to the success and the possibility of Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. We are now getting set for the deadlift. The athletes will be given a little bit of a break because, let's face it, they've been working hard. Wanda is going to probably lead off for the deadlift first at 92.5 kilograms. We'll be back with you shortly. And thanks for coming back. That was Wanda Bosek that lifted there at 84, sorry, at 92.5 kilos. Some technical difficulties there, getting the sound back on, but we are broadcasting once more. Next up is Melissa Perry, who will be deadlifting 100 kilograms. It's over 220 pounds. $220 pounds, and it is a good lift for Melissa Perry. Next person up is Donald Marcello. Donald was saying that the prep for this lift was just over a month. Normally it's much longer, but due to the pandemic and the unknowledge of whether the meet will be and where you can train, luckily gyms opened up late in the spring, and people like Donald were able to get back in and do some training. Donald will be attempting 120 kilos. That's over 264 pounds. Successful lift at 120 kilos. It's something that is nearly twice his weight class. That brings up Tanya Butchko. Tanya will be attempting her first deadlift of 132.5 kilos. That is 292 pounds. You can hear the excitement as the final event of the third of the morning meet is going on here. There are a few people in this flight who are hoping to get a score good enough to get them into provincials, and there are a couple of those hopefuls that are looking to go to nationals. So everybody here has put forward a great effort considering all of the restrictions we have with COVID. So in comes Tanya Butchko for 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. And let's see, 3 white flags. So a perfect lift for Tanya. That brings Michelle Kamanik up to the bar. She will be attempting 180 kilos on her first attempt. 180 kilos, it's just shy of 400 pounds at 396.8. If I were lifting 396.8 kilograms, I'd just say I was lifting 400 at that point, but I'm a rounder, and that's just me. So Michelle coming in. Showing good control and being rewarded with 3 white flags. So 180 kilos there. That brings on Mr. David Woodward. David will be attempting 195 kilograms. That's over 429 pounds. 429.9. That is a lot of weight to pick up and lift all at once. And 3 white flags from the refs gives David a perfect lift. So Wanda will be making her second attempt here at 100 kilograms. She cleared her first attempt at 92.5 kilos. "100 kilograms represents 220.5 pounds. Good size jump here from her first lift. And 3 white flags, 2 perfect lifts for Wanda Bosek. Melissa Perry coming in to do 105 kilos for her second attempt. 105 kilos over 231 pounds. All right. And the white flags go up immediately. Melissa Perry makes 2 back-to-back perfect jumps for the deadlift, which brings us back to Donald Marcello doing his second lift, aiming for 127.5 kilograms. It's 281 pounds. Woofta. That's a lot of weight. All right, so Donald is setting up. And 3 white flags again, so that's 2 perfect lifts for Donald Marcello. This brings us up to Tanya Buchko. Tanya did 132.5 kilograms on her first lift, jumping now to 142.5. That's more than 22 pounds increase, bringing her total to over 314 pounds in this attempt. And we'll see what the judges have to say. Again, three white flags. The lifters doing extremely well in the deadlift competition so far, with no red flags for any of the lifters so far. So Michelle Kamaniak coming up for her second lift, raising also by 10 kilos from 180 to 190 kilos. That's over 418 pounds being lifted at once. All right, and Michelle is being called to the bar. White flag, white flag, white flag. Another perfect lift. That brings us up to David Woodward. David is aiming for a 200 kilogram lift. That's 440.9 pounds. This is the average weight of 2 adults at once, picked up at once. David's goal for this meet is to actually break the provincial deadlift record here. Whether this will do it or not, I'll have to check, but he's doing extremely well. He did the 195 with very few problems. 200 kilos going strong here. Three white flags. So another perfect lift for David. This brings us now to the third round. So far, everyone has managed to accomplish increasing their weights, bettering their numbers for the final totals for the week. Just a reminder, if you tuned in late and would like to watch this again later, save the link. We will be rebroadcasting the live stream later, recorded at that point, of course. It will no longer be live, so it will be the non-live stream, but it will be available on this YouTube channel here from Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. If you missed seeing your favorite lifter earlier, if you had to go to work and you'd like to come back to it later, save this link on your browser. And here comes Wanda Bozic for her third and final lift of the meet. Attempting 105 kilograms. She's got the bar up. And let's see what the refs have to say. She gets 3 white flags. So Wanda gets to take her lift for the meet to 105 kilos. That is over 230 pounds by my quick reckoning in the head. That brings us back to Melissa Perry for her third and final lift, the deadlift, third and final lift of the meet. Her advice to somebody who wants to get interested in powerlifting is to not underestimate yourself. Be proud of your accomplishments as they happen. You don't know how strong you can be unless you try. That's some pretty good advice there. Don't go after the numbers. You'll get there when you were supposed to, and don't go after someone else's personal record. They're called personal records for a reason. So Melissa has done great so far. She's managed to score in every category. Her current lift is going to be 112.5 kilograms. That's 248 pounds. Bars up. Commander, bring it back down. And the refs give it a good score. So Melissa Perry ends her deadlift with 112.5. Donald Marcello now being called up, 137.5 kilograms. He is now efficiently more than twice his weight class of the 65 kilogram class. 303 pounds. So, quite literally, Donald is now lifting more than twice his body weight, which I think is a pretty cool achievement. Aiming for 137.5 kilograms, 303.1 pounds. Donald might just enjoy watching some Netflix and playing some games on his phone afterwards. If he doesn't have a session as a personal trainer that he is set up for this afternoon, which I probably don't think he does. So looking forward to Donald as he makes his third and final lift here in the deadlift. Final lift for the meet. Great chance for him to add to his numbers. The bar is up. Let's see what the refs say. Oh, I see white flags. So 3 perfect attempts for Donald Marcello. We're calling back up then Tanya Butchko. 152.5 kilograms, the weight she will be attempted. That's over 336 pounds. Volunteer team doing a great job making sure the bar is sanitized between each lift. As you can see with all the masks that we're wearing, we're taking the COVID-19 pandemic very seriously, wanting to make sure everyone who comes in leaves just as healthy as they were coming in. So good job on the volunteers for that, as Tanya comes for her third and final lift of the deadlift here. A good attempt, a good score though still for Tanya with a maximum weight lift of 142.5 kilograms. All right. And Michelle is coming up now for her final lift here in the deadlift, 200 kilograms. That's over 440.9 pounds. We'd like to call it 441, but they do ding us for accuracy. Still, a heck of a lot of weight as Michelle has managed to increase her weight from 180 to 190 and now attempting for 200. This will just add to her total. The bar is up. And it looks like 3 white flags. So 200 kilograms, the final weight for Michelle Kamaniak in the deadlift there. Brings us to Mr. David Woodward. He cleared 200 kilograms on his last lift, aiming for 205 kilos here. That's 451.9 pounds. That is no small weight. If something big fell on me, I would appreciate if either Michelle or David were around to help lift it off me later. I think that would be a good thing. David's recommendation for anybody getting interested in powerlifting. His advice is simple. Go for it. You can always yes the competition, and you might be surprised what you can accomplish. So David attempting 205 kilos. Third and final attempt. Bars up. And 3 white flags. So David manages to increase his score to 205. That's the finals of the deadlift for the first flight are done. Moving on to the open ages 24 to 29 for men. Ron Hung being the first one called up. Ron will be attempting 140 kilos for his first lift, which is just over 308 pounds. Volunteers are making sure the bar is sterilized and set and ready. All right. Again, 140 kilos for Ron's first attempt here in the deadlift. And 3 flags. Ron makes it look oh so easy. Great job by him. That brings up Billy Ray Tajones. Billy Ray will be attempting 175 kilos for his first deadlift attempt. That is 385.8 pounds. Let's see how Billy does. Up. One red flag. Red flag, so it's me. Good try there by Mr. Billy Ray. Jordan Smith is up, attempting 180 kilograms. $180 kilograms for Jordan Smith. Three white flags, so a perfect lift for Jordan Smith at 175 kilos there, or rather 180. Cody Dietrich next up here. Cody will be attempting 210 kilograms. Cody is a part of the 74 kilogram weight class. At 210, it's just under 3 times the weight of the weight class that he's in. See what the refs have to say. And 3 white flags. So a good lift for Cody at 210 kilos. Which brings us, I believe, to Dino Kamiri at 215 kilos. 215 kilos for Dina Kamara. This is like 474 pounds. And 3 white flags from the ref. Dino has had an amazing morning. He's made every lift he's done look easy, and it's incredibly big weights he's got going here. Next up, Mr. Scott Soriano. The deadlift is Scott's favorite part of the competition. He will be aiming to lift 237.5 kilos in his first lift attempt. That is over 523 pounds. All right. Scott approaches the bar, attempting, again, 237.5 kilos. That's over 523 pounds. Lifts it up like it's nothing. And gets 3 white flags for his effort. Great job there by Mr. Scott Soriano. So Alex Clayton is being called up. They're prepping the bar for 275 pounds. 606.3 pounds for his opening deadlift. Alex has had a very good morning so far, doing well in all 3 aspects of the meet. In his first attempt, just over 606 pounds, 275 kilos. Three white flags makes it look easy. Picking up heavy things and putting them down again just seems to be the thing Alex does very, very well. That's 1 round down, 2 rounds left to go. Coming back to so the bar is set for Mr. Ron Hung at 150 kilograms. That's 330.7 pounds. And white flags from the judges, all 3 of them. So far, Ron's 2 for 2. So Billy Ray Tajones is up next. While he was able to make the lift on the last one, he was called for a couple of technical difficulties, hoping to nail the lift on this one at 180 kilograms. And after his second lift, the judges are happy with that one. Billy Ray gets 180 kilos added to his score. That brings in Jordan Smith at 190 kilograms. 190 kilograms, 418.9 pounds. For Mr. Smith, Jordan's had a pretty good day today so far. Bars up. And a perfect lift again for Mr. Jordan Smith. So Cody Dietrich up for his second lift, up in the bar to 217.5 kilograms. That's 7.5 kilos above his last lift, bringing it to like 479.5 pounds. And 3 flags means that Cody will get to add to his total, 217.5, with one more attempt to go. Dino Camara is coming in with 232.5 kilograms. That's over 512 pounds for those still using the Imperial system. It's a pretty heavy weight. Dino has nailed his first lift without any difficulty. Hoping to go 2 for 2 here in the final event of the morning meet here for the Movement Powerlifting Classic. Three flags. Dino, again, does extremely well. Dino is one of the guys who's been having a really good day, nailing most, if not all, of his lifts. Scott Serrano's coming up next, 257.5 kilos. That's over 567 pounds. One of the things he really loves about powerlifting is he feels good about himself, and he loves seeing the improvement in all aspects of his life, not just the gym. It's been a very holistic thing for Scott, as he's about to lift a huge amount of weight here at 257.5 kilos. And doesn't he make it look so easy? A great lift by Scott Soriano, which brings us to Alex Clayton. Alex Clayton is upping the stakes to 287.5 kilograms from 275 in the last lift. That brings his total to 633.8 pounds. Alex has had a really great day here at the Movement Powerlifting Classic. Wouldn't surprise me if he moves on and does exceedingly well at the provincials. So again, Alex Clayton lifting 287.5 kilograms in this next attempt. Three white flags means Alex already adds to his formidable total for the meet. Brings us to the final round, round 3. Mr. Ron Hung coming up first. Ron will be attempting to lift 167.5 kilograms in his final lift here for the meet. That's 369.3 pounds. Considering Ron is in the 93 kilo weight class, this is 4 times the weight of his weight class, basically. All right. Volunteers making sure the bar is set perfectly. And Ron is being called up to the bar for his third and final lift. Again, a nice clean lift. And recognized. So that was a successful lift for Ron Hung. He ends the day with 167.5 on the deadlift. Which brings us to Billy Ray Tejones. His final lift. He missed his first one, nailed the second one of 180, going for 187.5 kilograms here. That's twice the weight class of the 93 kilo. This is what happens when you're looking at kilograms and seeing the total in pounds. Total weight he's lifting here, 187.5, 413.4 pounds. His third and final lift of the event. Last one here of the meet. And the judges say, the refs say, all good, 3 white flags. So a perfect lift for Billy Way, bringing his total in the deadlift to 187.5. Jordan Smith coming in, aiming to clean 200 kilograms off the ground and then put it back down because gravity, it works that way. 440.9 pounds. Jordan has managed to make at 180, 190. 200 would represent his final and biggest lift of the day. Bars up. Jordan very happy with that. And so are the refs with 3 white flags there. 200 kilograms for his final lift. Which brings us back to Cody Dietrich, owner of Movement Fitness and Performance. Cody's hope was to hit some personal records in this meet. And is aiming to lift 227.5 kilograms. There's the number I was looking for. Just over 501 pounds for his third and final lift of the meet. This is 3 times his weight class, the weight he is lifting. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white flags, and Cody looks happy with that. We're down to our last 3 lifters of the morning flights. Dino Kamari. Dino's had, again, a great day. Looking to up the ante here to 242.5 kilograms. That's more than 534 pounds. It just seems like a lot of weight. I'm pretty sure cars back in the 1930s weighed this much. While we're getting the weight prepared, again, just a thank you to our sponsors, Kaizen Naturals and Action Physiotherapy, the main sponsors of Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0, Winnipeg Deck and Rails, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, and Divine Shirt Companies, as well as Capital Ford Lincoln. Dino Kamari ready to do his final lift of the meet, 242.5 kilograms. And flags are all good. So Dino does get up to 242.5 pounds, which brings us to Mr. Scott Soriano. This is Scott's 4th meet. His final deadlift today will be 260 kilograms. That's 573.2 pounds. In addition to powerlifting, Scott also enjoys playing the guitar, making music, and working out. Final lift of the day, 260 kilograms, Mr. Scott Soriano. And 3 white flags, and Scott is very happy with that. Hands up in salute. This brings us to our final lifter of the day, Mr. Alex Clayton. Alex has managed to clear his first 2 attempts here at 275 and 287.5. He will be lifting 292.5 kilograms at 644.8 pounds. To put that in perspective, take 3 fully grown men, and not small ones. Put them all on the ground, tie them up in baler wire, and then lift them up. That's about what Alex is going to be lifting here at 292.5 kilograms, just shy of 645 pounds. And if he clears this lift, he will have had a perfect record in the deadlift, be 3 for 3. my goodness. That's just impressive to watch. 3 white flags, and quite honestly, Alex deserved it. He lifted that like it was just a walk in the park by the look at it. So it's been a great morning here at the Movement Powerlifting Classic. The first 2 flights have fully completed. We'll be starting our second 2 flights this afternoon at 1 p.m. So do tune back in at 1 p.m. If you're a friend or family member, you haven't seen them yet, they could be coming on later today. Sorry, some technical difficulties here in the booth. That concludes the morning session, the first 2 flights. Congratulations to all the lifters who competed today. You guys put up some amazing numbers. I'm still, that last deadlift still has me kind of going a little spinny in my head. We will be restarting the second half of the meet today at 1 p.m., I believe. Okay, so awards will be handed out here shortly, so we're going to stay live for that. So the award presentation will be happening in the next 5 minutes or so, folks. Do stick around for that. We do have the second flight of lifters coming in at about 1 p.m. today, which will also be a fun. Again, this is Mark, Elliot, and my good friend Edward, who I've just met like in the last 48 hours. But he's already my good friend. That's because, yeah, Filipino bonding connection, we got that. So award ceremony coming up shortly, folks. we're just awards ceremony. Melissa Perry winning her category. Tanya Buchko taking her category of women age 40 to 49 in the 84 kilogram class. Wanda Bosek is taking first place in her category, women ages 50 to 59 in the master class, 84 plus category. With a grand total of 215 kilograms. Donald Marcello takes first place in the men's 66 kilogram category, lifting a total of 335 pounds in the 3 events. In the open men's 74 kilo class, taking second place, Jordan Smith, lifting a total of 485 kilograms. And gold medal going to Cody Dietrich, total of 527.5 kilograms. I know Cody was really happy with his performance in the deadlift there. So Ron Hung takes third spot in the men 93 kilogram category, 402.5 kilograms lifted. Billy Ray Tahone is coming in at the silver, taking 462.5 kilos, total weight lifted. And Dino Kamir leading this category at 577.5 kilograms. We said all day Dino was having a great day lifting, and he just made it look that easy. 2 thumbs up from Dino. And Alex Clayton in a class of his own, 105 kilogram category, 750 kilograms lifted. Very impressive by the young man. And in the 120 plus kilogram category, Scott Soriano, 607.5 kilos, taking the gold medal. Having a great day. It was certainly fun watching Scott lift. Got very excited clearing his deadlifts. So Tanya Buchko winning Best Lifter Award in the Female Master Class. There she is. Little camera shy. These are the trophies that were developed here by MJC 3D Prints. Donald Marcello takes best master class male lifter. And Alex Clayton takes best overall male lifter. Not really a surprise there, as Alex simply demolished every lift he attempted. It was certainly fun watching him conquer everything he tried. So it was certainly an award worth giving. So again, our second flight of lifters begins at 1 p.m. today. We'll be coming back on with the live stream. So we're going to have a lovely 1 hour break. So please come back and join us here. We're going to have, let's see. It's going to be a fun afternoon with the Flight A male junior, ages 14 to 18 and 19 to 23, as well as the Flight B female juniors, ages 19 to 23 and 24 to 39. These will be the lifters for this afternoon. So be sure to come back and check us out. 1 p.m. right here at this channel. Looking forward to seeing you. Both Ed and I will be chatting to you. Well, I'll be doing the chatting, and Ed will make sure that things keep working great. And we'll see you again at 1 o'clock for the rest of the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. Powerlifting Classic here at Movement Fitness and Performance. That's Movement Fitness Classic 3.0. We had a great morning. There were some great weights put up. The morning's lift is available on the YouTube channel. We will be rebroadcasting it at the end of the day. So it'll be online for a while. So please, if you missed the morning, hey, check it out later. I just want to take this time before we get going. At 1 o'clock, we'll be starting the junior and open lifting. So we got male sub-junior and junior, ages 14 to 18, Mr. Alex McKidd, representing the sub-junior age group. And then we have Jeremy Martin, Calvin Diaz, Jared McIntyre, and Michael Cooper, representing ages 19 to 23 in the junior category. We also have a flight female junior and open, ages 19 to 23 for the juniors, 24 to 39 in the open category. We have Fiona Fay and Emily Watson in the junior category. We have Tiffany Lepla, Candice Dare, Samantha Ang, and Lovely Kasarin in the open category, which should be, I think, a fun day to watch. So we've got some great athletes getting ready. We should be doing the first lift in exactly 8 minutes. Just a quick thank you again to our sponsors. Ask anybody who's organized any amateur athletic division for love of the sport, and they're going to tell you sponsors really help make it happen. So a quick thank you to Kaizen Naturals. They provided protein packs and shaker cups for all the athletes today. Thank you very much. Our other main sponsor, Action Physiotherapy. Let's face it, when you hurt yourself, physio, it comes in handy. So thank you very much. We also have our second tier of sponsors, Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, which provided some really cool trophies, which you would see in the awards ceremony at the end. White Lion Athletics for donating to the meet. Thank you very much. Divine Shirts Company. You're going to see our volunteers decked out in these shirts from Divine Shirts. If you're going to get a t-shirt, don't just get a good one. Get one that's divine. That's what I always say. And also thank you to Capital Ford Lincoln for providing the lunch for the volunteers here at the meet. and for providing me, yours truly, Mark Elliot, to do the commentating. It's been a fun morning, and we're looking for a fun afternoon watching people doing their lifts. I am here in the booth with my good friend Ed. Ed is waving. You can't see him because really you don't want to see us. You want to see the lifters. So again, again, a heartfelt thank you to all of our sponsors. If you would please help sponsor events like these by giving your patronage to sponsors of events like this. So again, Kaizen Naturals, Action Physiotherapy, Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts, and Capital Ford Lincoln. Thank you very much for helping this meet. We're going to have things kick off shortly. Jeremy Martin will be attempting the first lift at 132.5 kilograms. That will be happening shortly, and the refs will be calling people up to the bar. So again, be ready in about 5 minutes, and then we're going to get this underway. You may just have heard the 5-minute warning given by one of our volunteers here. You'll notice that all of our volunteers are wearing masks. That's because in the age of COVID-19, it's been really hard for a lot of gyms and a lot of meets because we had to shut things down for a while. So to be able to do this safely, all of the volunteers here inside are wearing masks. Athletes are also taking the opportunity to go outside, get some fresh air without a mask. All of the athletes you're going to see lifting today have got masks on. So we really want to thank all of our volunteers for helping out and making sure that this event is as safe as possible. There's one person, that was Alex Clayton from this morning's event. Alex did extremely well in the morning. Best overall lifter for the meet, I believe, as well as a huge amount of weight lifted in the deadlift over 600 pounds. It's going to be exciting here. I'm really excited to see what these younger lifters will do. A lot of the people here just starting out in their lifting careers, talking to some of them, there's talk about hopefuls of, hey, I would like to get to the provincials. We had some people qualify for nationals this morning as well, including Melissa Perry, who works out here at Movement Fitness and Performance. She'll be representing Manitoba at the nationals, so that's going to be a very fun thing to go towards. So we're getting ready to go here. And again, we should be starting our lifting in just a few minutes. You will hear our first lifter called to the bar. All right. $130 in his first squat here. That is 286.6 pounds. Call back to the rack. 3 white flags. It's a good omen here for the first lift of the second flight. First lift, three flags. That brings Alex McKidd. Alex McKidd is our junior lifter for today. The youngest one in the bunch. He will be attempting 135 kilograms. That's just shy of 298 pounds. Alex has only been powerlifting for about 6 months, and this is his first meet ever. All right, so Alex is being called to the bar. And waiting for the signal from the refs, and all 3 refs have given white flags, so that is a good lift for Alex McKidd. So Calvin Diaz coming up to lift next. Calvin has been powerlifting for 5 months. His cousin got him involved into powerlifting. His personal favorite of the powerlifting events is the bench, which will be the next event up. Calvin will be attempting to do 160 kilos in this squat. That is 352.7 pounds. Waiting for everything to be set by our crew of volunteers. Close. Good attempt there by Calvin Diaz. He'll have 2 more attempts to get that weight right. Michael Cooper will be making an attempt at 160 kilograms. Same weight as the last lift attempt, 352.7 pounds. And he made that look rather easy. And no surprise, 3 white flags from the judges there for what looked like a very clean left from here. Ed is nodding with me in agreement on that one, folks. back to Jared McIntyre. Oh, excuse me. First lift for Jared McIntyre, excuse me. Jeremy has been interested in powerlifting since he was 15. Excuse me. Jared has been interested in powerlifting since he was 15. He went to his first meet when he was 18. He will be attempting 205 kilograms. That's 451.9 pounds at his first attempt. And the judges liked what they saw. Jared seemed to manage that one very easily at 205 kilos. Now this should bring Jeremy Martin up for his second attempt here. He cleared 130 kilos the last time. He's going to be aiming to do 135 kilos right now. Brings his weight to just under 298 pounds. Waiting for Jeremy to get here. And he has timed out. For those unfamiliar with powerlifting rules, a lifter has 60 seconds to get to the bar once he's told that the bar has been loaded. So Jeremy Martin's second lift did not occur. We're going to Alex McKidd. Alex will be attempting 145 kilos on his second attempt here. Or 135, doing the same lift as before. There we go. So a good attempt there by the young Alex McKidd. Sorry, that was Jeremy Martin. Alex McKidd coming up now. Will be attempting 145 kilograms. Alex seemed to do that second lift just as easy as the first one he did. And the judges, refs agree with 3 white flags. That brings Calvin Diaz back up to the bar. Calvin will be attempting 160 kilos. Or 352.7 pounds. Good try there by Calvin. He'll have one more attempt to nail that lift. Moving on now to Mr. Michael Cooper. Michael cleared his last lift at 160 kilos, taking a big jump to 180 kilograms for his second lift. So again, Michael will be lifting 180 kilos, just shy of 397 pounds. And a perfect squat for Michael Cooper at 180 kilos. Michael is now 2 for 2 on the day. That brings us to Mr. Jared McIntyre. Outside of powerlifting, Jared likes physique competitions. But for team sports, he says football has to be the game. Favorite team in the NFL, the Patriots. I won't ask him who his favorite CFL team is. I'm just going to assume it's the Bombers because, hey, they rock. So Jared will be attempting 220 kilograms. Which weighs 485 pounds. This is 485 pounds. And Jared makes it look easy. And the refs would agree. So that's 2 perfect lifts for Mr. Jared McIntyre. All right. Brings us back to Jeremy Martin for his third lift. He made the first one at 130, missed the second one at 135. He's going to be reattempting 135 here right now. That's 297 pounds. It'd be great if he could get the numbers up so they'll add to his score at the end of the meet. So just waiting for Jeremy to get to the bar. Well, it looks like Jeremy isn't going to get to do his third attempt. So we're moving on to Mr. Alex McKidd. Alex, who cleared 145 kilos on his second attempt, is aiming to do 150 kilos. Brings you over 330 pounds. All right. Oh, I guess they just had to reset the height on the bar here for Jeremy Martin at 135 kilograms. There we go. Called back to the rack. And the refs say it's a good one. Jeremy gets to take his total up to 135. Now they're bringing in Alex McKidd for 150 kilos. Let's see what the refs have to say. 3 white flags. There we go. So Alex McKidd, 3 attempts, 3 perfect lifts. Final one at 150 kilos. Calvin Diaz will be our next lifter coming up. 160 kilograms, that's 352.7 pounds. After Calvin makes weight, he likes to dine on some fried chicken. I can't say I blame him for that. Third and final attempt to make 160 kilos. However, 3 red flags. Great to see Calvin make the lift. However, called for some technical merits. Great attempt, though, Calvin. Michael Cooper coming up next. He made 180 kilos in his last attempt. He's aiming for an even 200, which would bring his total weight to over 440 pounds. We'll check and see what the refs have to say about that lift. And 3 white flags for Michael Cooper. 3 perfect lifts, 160, 180, and 200. Jared McIntyre is going to be lifting 230, which is just over 507 pounds. So, Jared, this is going to be a pretty impressive weight. The thing that excited Jared the most was seeing everyone come together and experience what powerlifting is like during a pandemic about this meet. And it's certainly been an attitude that's been shared by a lot of the athletes. So again, 230 kilograms, over 500 pounds. again, makes it look rather easy. People are excited. That was a good lift there by the young Mr. McIntyre. So, we've finished up with the gentlemen's squats. Now on to the ladies. First up is Fiona Fay. She'll be attempting to squat 132 pounds, 60 kilograms. Fiona became interested in powerlifting when her boyfriend suggested that she should try a new sport, and she wanted to challenge herself in April of 2020 and see how far her strength could improve in training for this meet. So fairly new to the sport. This is her first competition. And 3 white flags for Fiona. First meet, first lift, first round of white flags. This brings in Tiffany Lepla. Tiffany will be attempting 62.5 kilograms, which is just under 138 pounds. And 3 white flags for Tiffany, so doing well. Tiffany has been only powerlifting for a year and a month. This is her second competition, though she used to do bodybuilding exercises for a few years before, will never have competed. This brings in Emily Watson. Emily Watson will be attempting 67.5 kilograms, just over 148.8 pounds. Emily's been training since January. This is her first meet. And 3 white flags for Emily in her first lift in her first meet. Good job, Emily. This brings up Candice Dare. Candice will be lifting 77.5 kilograms in her first attempt. That is just shy of 171 pounds. 2 white flags means Candace gets to count that. So Lovely Kasaran is our next lifter. She will be squatting 110 kilograms in her first attempt, 242.5 pounds. Next. And 3 wide flags for Lovely. So after the first round of lifts, one more left here. The women's flight, Samantha Ang. Samantha will be attempting 140 kilos. That's over 308 pounds in her first squat attempt. And that's 3 white flags for Samantha Ang. Another perfect attempt. So after one round on the squats, every lady who's come up to the bar has nailed their first attempt. Which brings us back to Tiffany. $67.5 kilos. That's 148.8 pounds. And that's 3 white flags for Tiffany. She's now 2 for 2. Fiona Fay coming back for her second attempt. Currently a student at the University of Manitoba studying kinesiology and chemistry. At 67.5 kilos, that's 148.8 pounds. So that's a successful list there for Fiona. Emily Watson is up next. She'll be attempting 72.5 kilograms. That's 159.8 pounds. Emily started powerlifting after a back injury, and doctors told her that she needed to do some working out to help strengthen the muscles. This is an interesting event to get into. A cool story. Emily did have a successful first lift. And another perfect lift for Emily. So Candice Dare is up next. Candice will be attempting 80 kilograms on her second squat here. It's 176.4 pounds. And that's 3 white flags for Candice. So Lovely Kasaran is coming in for her second lift of the day, aiming to lift 120 kilograms, 264.6 pounds. She seemed to get her first lift off very easily. Looking to continue to add to her numbers for her combined score at the end of the meet. Two white flags is enough to count for another good lift for Lovely Kasaran. Which brings us to Samantha Ang. Her second lift is aiming for 142.5 kilograms. That's 264.6 pounds. Oh, sorry, 314.2 pounds. There we go. Metric converter now working well. Three white flags for Samantha, yet another perfect lift. Which brings us back to the beginning of the flight. Tiffany Lepla. Tiffany will be attempting 70 kilos for her next squat. That's 154.3 pounds. Tiffany's hope from this meet is to make provincial qualifiers for all 3 lifts. So far, she's off to a great start right now. Oh, she's pushing hard. Look at that. And it looks like she's going to be rewarded with that effort with a perfect lift from the refs. So that's 3 for 3 for Tiffany. So Fiona Fay coming up for her third attempt. She's made two lifts successful. She's aiming to do 72.5 kilos. Just over 159 pounds, 159.8 to be exact. Her third lift gets another perfect score from the judges. So Fiona Fay clears 72.5 kilos. So Emily Watson will be coming up for her third and final lift of the squat. She'll be attempting 77.5 kilograms, 170.9 pounds. And the judges quickly give their approval for Miss Emily Watson. Emily is 3 for 3, finishing at 77.5 kilos. This brings in Candice Dare. Candice is a special education teacher who also happens to be training and competing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well as powerlifting. That makes Candice definitely a force to be reckoned with. Candice will be attempting 90 kilograms for her third and final squat. That's 198.4 pounds. Close, very close. Great attempt, though, by Candice Dare. She completes 2 out of her 3 lifts and will get to score a high of 80 kilograms for this event. What brings in lovely Kausaran, 122.5 kilograms, which rounds out at just over 270 pounds. Lovely nailed her first 2 attempts. Oh, and she made that look easy. And the refs give her 2 out of 3 white flags. It's enough to count. So her best lift for this will be 122.5. Next is Samantha Ang. At 148 kilograms, she will be attempting to set a provincial record with this squat for her weight class and age class. In the open 63 kilogram. This would be for a provincial record. All right. And it could very well be. Samantha now owns the provincial record for squat in the 63 kilogram class, and you can hear how happy she is with that. And that completes the squat portion of the second flight. Athletes will be given about 10 minutes just to rest and relax between the squat and the bench press as the volunteers set up. Just again, thank you again to our main sponsors of the Powerlifting Classic here 3.0, Kaizen Naturals and Action Physiotherapy, the main sponsors of the event. We really appreciate the donations both to the athletes and the cost of the meet, as well as we thank Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company, and Capital Ford Lincoln for sponsoring the event, both with items and financial assistance. So we're going to be about 10 minutes for the next event. Please stay tuned, and we'll be right back at you. And it looks like we're getting ready to begin the bench press section of the meet. Jeremy Martin will be leading off, benching 90 kilograms, 198.4 pounds. So in a few minutes, it will be announced that the bar is loaded for Jeremy, and we will get the second half, or rather the second part of the meet on the way. Again, it's a good time just to mention thank you to our sponsors, Kaizen Naturals, Action Physiotherapy, Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Line Athletics, Divine Shirt Companies, and of course, Capital Ford Lincoln. It's always good to support the businesses in the community that support amateur athletics. Jeremy is coming to the bar. Jeremy made that look easy, and he's rewarded with 2 red flags. Let me confirm that here. So Alex McKidd is up there. Yes, Jeremy got 2 red flags on the technique there, meaning the bar was not lowered down to the chest area to the ref's satisfaction. Alex McKidd coming up. He will be attempting 92.5 kilograms, or just under 204 pounds. Alex McKidd, 3 white flags for a successful bench press of 92.5 pounds. I think it's always worth mentioning the skill of the volunteers, in particular the spotters and loaders for this event have been doing amazing at breaking down equipment, setting up, and going between weights and whatnot between each lifter. I commented in the morning, it was kind of like watching the pit crew of a NASCAR or Formula One race, coming in, changing the tires and whatnot. So these guys have been at it all day, and doing it mostly with smiles on their faces, which is hard to see, admittedly, because they're wearing masks. That brings in Michael Cooper, attempting his first bench press at 100 kilograms, or 220.5 pounds. And a perfect score from Michael Cooper. Seemed to crush that 100 kilo very easily. He's having a great day on the board so far. Up next, Mr. Calvin Diaz. He will be benching 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds total. So Calvin will be coming up. In addition to powerlifting, Calvin is a fan of basketball. And 3 white flags for a perfect lift for Mr. Diaz. Which brings us to Jared McIntyre. Jared will be benching 145 kilos. That is just shy of 320 pounds. Jared has been called to the bar. Again, 145 kilograms, just shy of 320 pounds. And 3 white flags for Jared. Makes for a perfect lift and off to a good start for Mr. McIntyre. We'll bring in Jeremy Martin, who missed his first attempt on the last round at 90. Just waiting to confirm the weight being set for Jeremy. All right, getting the weights set in properly. All right, so we're going to be attempting 92.5 kilos or 203.9 pounds. Let's see if this one gets the referee's approval, and it does. 3 white flags. Jeremy is on the board at 92.5. Alex McKidd doing 100 kilos, 220.5 pounds. Alex, who has only been lifting for 6 months, is a fan of the Winnipeg Jets, of course. And his favorite part of powerlifting and training is his homies, Eric, Andy, and Jordan. Part of a good crew. Lots of fellowship happening here with the lifters in this event. Handles the weight with very little problems, and the refs are saying his technique is good on all fronts. Another perfect lift. Our next lifter is Michael Cooper. attempting 102.5, or attempting 120 kilograms. Nope, 102.5. Just got, nope. Bench press number 2, 120. All right, our next lift here. Calvin Diaz, 120 kilograms. See what the refs have to say. Giving him 3 white flags. So that's good for 2 complete lifts. Jared McIntyre making his second attempt here at the bench press. Did his first one at 145, is attempting 150 for his second press. That's over 330 pounds. Three white flags for Jared there. He's 2 for 2. Fun fact about Jared McIntyre, he actually designed Canadian Powerlifting Union approved apparel. That's one of the biggest accomplishments he has in powerlifting. He also likes to going to the platform and performing his best really makes him proud in this sport that he's been a part of here. So we've got 2 rounds of the bench press for the men done. Third round up. Jeremy Martin will be attempting 102.5. It's a big jump from his last lift of 92.5. So a big chance here for Jeremy to improve his numbers. Pretty big jump from his last lift of 92.5. But Jeremy looks rather confident. Seems to have nailed it. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white flags. Good lift for Jeremy. Congratulations, getting up to 102.5 kilos. All right. Alex McKidd's up next. Alex was most excited for lifting some heavyweight this meet. So far, I think he's doing a pretty exceptional job of doing it. A young man in the 83 kilogram class in the bench press, he is punching more than his body weight every single time. Attempting 107.5 kilograms on this next lift, which is 237 pounds. So setting up for Alex McKidd now. Fun fact, Alex is also the youngest member of this meet, the only member in the sub-junior competition. But it's fair to point out, he's lifting the same kind of weights as members 5-6 years his elder. This is his third and final attempt in the bench press at 107.5 kilograms, 237 pounds. And he has 3 white flags. And a woo from Alex McKidd. He seemed really happy with that last weight. So Calvin Diaz coming in with 130 kilograms. That is 237 pounds. So 10 kilos more than his last attempt. Calvin's advice to anybody wanting to get involved in powerlifting, just do it up. Oh, so close, so close. Still an impressive showing for Mr. Diaz, getting a final weight of 120 kilos for this weight class. Good job there, Calvin. That brings Jared McIntyre up for his final lift of 155 kilos. That's 341 302.7 pounds. Let's just call it 342. It's got a heck of a lot of weight to bench. One thing a lot of the athletes here had to prepare for was doing this competition while wearing a mask. It definitely changed how it, and it's one thing that Calvin said he prepared for in his training was doing the practicing and training while wearing the mask to be used to it. Oh, that looked beautiful. What did the refs say? They agree. That is also a beautiful lift, earning him 3 white flags and 155 kilos to finish off the bench press category for the men. All right, so resetting up here. We'll be starting with Emily Watson. Just before we go on to Emily's lift, it's good to note that Jared just set himself a provincial record for the bench. Great job there, Jared. That is a lot of weight, like I said. So that's 2 provincial records set so far this afternoon. All right. Now moving on to Emily Watson, new to powerlifting. She will be lifting 32.5 kilograms, 71.6 pounds. This is her first attempt. And she earns 3 white flags. Good job, Emily. Emily said that even though she's very new to the sport, so good job there, Emily. We have 40 kilograms being attempted by Miss Tiffany Lepla. All right. 40 kilograms, 88.2 pounds. First of 3 attempts for Tiffany Lepla. Three white flags for Tiffany. That's a successful lift for her. Coming up, Candice Dare. 42.5 kilograms, just under 94 pounds. Candice will have to try again on her second and third attempt. Still plenty of time to get that lift in for weight. Next, coming up, Fiona Fay. She'll also be attempting 42.5 kilograms for her first lift. This is her first competitive lift, and apparently the bench is her favorite. Says she exceeds the most at this particular event. She seems to have done that one fairly easily. No problem with the weight, and no problem with her form either. 3 white flags. Lovely also be doing 42.5 kilograms. A good starting weight. Should make it interesting to see what these athletes pick for their second weight. A lot of them starting around that 40, 42 and a half. All right, Lovely getting into position. Seemed to handle the weight really easily. And the judges agree, this was a perfect lift. Which brings in Samantha Ang. Samantha will be attempting 62.5 kilograms, just a scotch under 138 pounds. In the squat, in her last squat lift, Samantha set a new provincial record. And the bar is ready for her now. Some hand correction there from the ref. So Samantha is adjusting her grip. Looks like that's been addressed. Good first attempt. So after one round of the bench press, we have 4 successfully completed. 2 athletes looking to complete on this one. It brings Emily Watson up, increasing her weight to 37.5. That's a good 5 kilos over her first attempt, which she seemed to handle pretty handily, I would say. Again, Emily, fairly new to the sport, originally from Winnipeg. Since this is her first meet, she really doesn't have much to compare to. However, having a month with no training has definitely been interesting, getting everyone prepared with the COVID stuff. And she's just really looked forward to coming here and competing. Seemed to handle the weight okay. And the refs give her 3 white flags. So that's 2 successful lifts and 2 attempts for Miss Emily Watson. Candice will be retrying 42.5 kilos. She missed it on her first attempt. Everyone here would love to see her nail it on the second try. Something that Candice has really liked about this particular meet is it's in her own backyard, and she doesn't have to travel somewhere. It's nice to actually compete at a meet and sleep in your own bed the night before, I must admit that's a great feeling. Makes the weight no issues this time, and the form is good. 3 white flags. So Candice is on the board with 42.5 kilos. This brings Tiffany Lepla back up for her second attempt. She will also be attempting 42.5 kilos after completing 40 kilos on her first attempt. Just making sure the bar is now loaded and ready for her. Tiffany is a kindergarten to grade 5 teacher and enjoys yoga and reading, proving that powerlifting really spread across all sorts of careers. And seems to handle the weight really well. And the refs say 3 white flags. That is a good lift for Tiffany Lepla. Fiona Fay coming in will be increasing her weight by 47.5 to 47.5 kilos. It's an increase of 5 kilos from her last lift. This puts the weight at just over 104 pounds. Ooh, very close, very close. So no lift recorded on that one. Fiona will have one more try, however, to complete 47.5. This brings us up to Lovely Kasarin. Lovely will also be attempting the 47.5 kilogram lift. Handles the weight with no issues. Refs say no issues with the lift either. So that's a good lift for Lovely. She's 2 for 2 in the on the bench press. That brings up Samantha Ang. Samantha just missed on 62.5 in her first attempt. She'll be trying to nail this for her second attempt in the bench press here today. Seems to have gotten the lift on the second attempt here. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white flags. That lift is good. So that is 2 rounds here on the bench press. The spotters and lifters are getting things ready for round 3, beginning again with Emily Watson. So third and final attempt for Emily. She has made her first 2 attempts easily. 45 kilograms is her 42.5 kilograms rather is her last attempt here. Very close. Still 2 out of 3 successful attempts here by young Emily Watson, the youngest female competitor in the meet today. So good showing by you there, Emily. This brings us to Tiffany Lepla. Tiffany will be attempting 45 kilos. It's 99.2 pounds. All very close. However, Tiffany ends this event with 42.5 kilos. 2 successful lifts. Good job, Tiffany. Candice, who made her last lift of 42.5 kilos, will be attempting 47.5 kilos. That's just over 104 pounds. Candice missed her first lift, completed her second, hoping to make it on the third and add some extra points to her total for the event after the deadlift. Seems to handle the weight all right. Let's see what the refs say about the form and technique. We see 3 white flags. So great job, Candice, getting up to 47.5 kilos in the bench press event. Fiona Fay will be making the same attempt at 47.5 kilos. And it looks like she may have nailed that one. Let's see what the refs have to say. 3 white flags, 47.5. Some high fives as Tiffany walks off the platform. Good job, Fiona. Excuse me. So after Fiona lands 47.5 kilos, lovely Kasaran's coming up, aiming to do an even 50 kilos, just over 110 pounds. Oh, look at that. It looks like she got the weight, no problem. Do the refs say the lift is good? The lift is good. Lovely goes 3 for 3 in the bench lift. Bench press, excuse me. All right. The final lift of the bench press here for the women will be done by Samantha Ang. Samantha missed her first lift, nailed it on her second one, will be attempting 65 kilos. It's 143.3 pounds for her third and final lift of this event. The refs have called the bar back to the rack. Let's adjust her hand grip. Close, very close. Good effort there by Samantha Ang. She does manage to score 62.5 kilos. Everyone has completed at least one lift in the bench press. We'll now be resetting for the third and final event in this afternoon's meet, the deadlift. So we'll be taking 10 minutes for the athletes just to catch their breath and give us time here in the booth to maybe, I don't know, visit the washroom, because I'm drinking a lot of coffee and water in here. So we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes for the final event here at Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. All right, welcome back to the Movement Powerlifting Classic. We'll be beginning the deadlift shortly. The deadlift proving to be a favorite amongst many of the competitors, and it is fun. Pick up something big from the ground and hold it in the air. Fun. You're going to take this time again to just thank the sponsors for the meet. Amateur athletics relies heavily on sponsors here. So please, 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 thank you again for all of our sponsors here. Kaizen Naturals for providing protein packs and shaker cups. Action Physiotherapy, one of the other main sponsors here. We also have Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company, and Capital Ford Lincoln, sponsoring both with financial aid and support, trophies, food for the volunteers, and a big shout out to the volunteers here. There's, believe it or not, there are about as many volunteers required to run this meet as there are athletes who get to compete in it. 20 to 25 volunteers, and there have been a total of maybe 25 to 30 athletes from the morning and the afternoon here. You know, some of the athletes from this morning stayed for the afternoon to volunteer, and that is very great of them. It really shows the tightness of the powerlifting community. A lot of people just so happy to be able to do this event and be involved in this sport rather than working out in their basement alone. I think that's one thing that's been really hard. This community of powerlifters, they really play off of one another. They really encourage one another. There's a lot of camaraderie here. You'll hear a lot of woos and ahas and a couple of yells, like you're making you wonder who's coming to attack us. But it's all really part of that high energy that's here in powerlifting. So thank you to the sponsors for making this work. Thank you to the volunteers without whom this event really couldn't happen. You know, if you've watched the spotters and loaders moving the weights around between each lifter, having to take extra precautions due to COVID-19, sterilizing the bars, everybody doing this while wearing a mask. You know, it's one thing to wear a mask for 20 minutes when you go into the grocery store. It's another thing to wear a mask, you know, all day, every time that you're indoors. So a real big thanks to our volunteers. They have done an exceptional job. And a big shout out to the folks who organized this meet. Tommy and Joe, you know who you are. So as you can see, we're getting set up for the first deadlift. Jeremy Martin will be kicking things off, attempting 60 kilograms. It's 132.3 pounds. That is nearly Jeremy's body weight right there. So we should be starting any minute here. As you can see, the weights are getting prepared. We'll be getting underway here shortly. And here we go. Third and final event of the Powerlifting Classic. Jeremy, quick to lift a bar, quick to put it down. Made it look very easy. 3 white flags. And we're off to a great start here. Alex McKidd coming up. Originally from Headingley. His first deadlift attempt, 155 kilos, 341.7 pounds. Some pretty serious weight, which is exactly what he wanted to do. Do some heavy lifting. so far I think Alex has had an exceptionally good showing for someone so young and new to the sport. And 3 white flags. There we go for Alex McKidd. And Calvin Diaz will be lifting next, 182.5 kilos, just over 402 pounds. So Calvin Diaz, again, whose advice to people entering powerlifting to just do it up. That's a good piece of advice. At 182.5 kilograms, this is more than twice Calvin's body weight. The lift is up. 3 white flags. A good start for Mr. Diaz. That brings us to Jared McIntyre. Jared's favorite lift is the grand finale, the king of all lifts, the deadlift. He will be attempting 225 kilograms, 496 pounds. Yeah, let's just start with a lightweight, shall we, Jared? Should be interesting. Jared has had a great day mastering all the lifts he's attempted so far. Lifts it and is given 3 white flags for form, making it look easy. However, we know it is not. This brings up Mr. Michael Cooper, 262.5 kilograms, just shy of 579 pounds. I was talking to one of the power lifters from this morning, Alex Clayton, there we go, who totally killed it in his event. Made the deadlift look easy. He said it might look easy, but you feel dead inside when you do it. So these guys do a great job of making it look easy. A lot of training goes into this. Another guy who seems to make it look easy, lifting over 578 pounds just like that. Again, a thank you to the sponsors here of the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. If you are looking for a place to get your supplements, please try Kaizen Naturals. If you're needing a place for physiotherapy, please check Action Physiotherapy. Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company, and Capital Ford Lincoln, also sponsors of this event. Please, please, please do us a favor and offer your patronage to these sponsors of amateur athletics here in Winnipeg. Ready for Jeremy Martin coming back up again. Jeremy's second attempt, 62.5 kilos. It looks like Jeremy will not be lifting on the next round. So we're going to go on to Mr. Alex McKidd, the youngster in the group. He successfully lifted 155 kilos in his first attempt. Will be attempting 165 kilos in his second attempt here. They're going to get the bar set for him shortly. Alex's advice for somebody interested in looking into powerlifting is says, do your research and don't let others persuade you into lifting too much. Do it on your own pace. That's good advice. It's good insight for someone as young as Alex is. I have a feeling that if he keeps up like this, he could be a big up-and-comer as he gets into the out of the junior category and into the male category. Looking forward to seeing what he can do later on in the provincials and maybe the nationals. So attempting 165 kilograms, 363.8 pounds, Mr. Alex McKidd. And 1, 2, 3 white flags for Alex McKidd. 2 successful lifts. That brings Mr. Calvin Diaz back up to the plate for round number 2. Calvin's comment on how has preparation been different for this meet than others. His response, a very simple, COVID is crazy, spelled with a B, so brazy. I'm a little old to understand that example, but it's been crazy. It has been. So good job on Calvin and all the lifters here preparing for this, attempting 195 kilograms on a second attempt. It's a nice jump from 182. Gets the bar up. Showing good control, bringing it down. And he gets 3 white flags. A great lift by Mr. Calvin Diaz. Jared McIntyre will be raising the bar considerably to 240 kilos, 529.1 pounds. Jared has really enjoyed seeing everybody come together and experience what powerlifting is like during the pandemic. His advice to you, if you're thinking of starting powerlifting but don't know when to start, sign up. It all starts with the timeline of what you want to compete. Awesome advice. Again, attempting 240 kilograms. Bars up. And again, another trio of white flags. I've just been told that Michael Cooper, who is up next, will be attempting to set a provincial record, lifting 280.5 kilograms. So again, if Michael can make this lift, it will be at 280.5 kilograms, a provincial record. That is more than 618 pounds. Again, attempting a provincial record here at the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. Bars up and down. And it is good with 3 white flags. A new provincial record set by Mr. Michael Cooper, 280.5 kilograms. Makes me wonder what he's going to do next to top that. I bet you he pushes for more. All right. Again, if you would like to learn more about powerlifting, feel free to contact the guys here at Movement Fitness and Performance. Considering the owner of the gym is a powerlifter himself, chances are they'll connect you with somebody who can tell you something about it, including the coaches who organize the meet who do train out of this gym. So do give Movement Fitness and Performance a call if you're interested in trying out powerlifting. It is a sport which has started to really blossom and grow here in Manitoba. So Mr. Jeremy Martin, who missed his last lift, was called up. I think they do have to give Jeremy a chance to come, even though he may have opted to not. In which case, Alvin McKidd will make his third and final attempt shortly. So Alex nailed 155, 165. He is going to be attempting 172.5, or just over 380 pounds. All right, we're going to be setting the bar again for Mr. Alex McKidd. Alex has been working on improving his overall lifting knowledge for this meet. In particular, the back squat, which he had a very good Very good first round on, and he's done exceptionally well here in the deadlift. Again, Alex is our youngest competitor here at this meet today in the sub-junior category. Lift is good. Three white flags. Alex seems very happy with that. 172.5 kilograms. Which brings in Mr. Calvin Diaz. Calvin will be lifting 202.5 kilograms, 446.4 pounds for his third and final lift of the deadlift. He's done really great, nailing his first two lifts at 182 and 195. So 202.5 kilograms takes it 7.5 kilos better than he did before. Good attempt, Calvin. Calvin had a great day, still gets 195 kilos on the deadlift, a heck of a lot of weight. This brings us up to the third attempt for Jared McIntyre. Jared McIntyre achieved his lift of 240 kilos his last time. He'll be attempting 245 kilos in his third and final attempt. That is over 540 pounds. All right. 245 kilograms, 540 pounds. Third and final attempt at the deadlift, final lift for Mr. McIntyre this event. And he's got it up. And three white flags. Good lift for Mr. Jared McIntyre. So Michael Cooper coming back up for his third and final lift in the deadlift competition. Set the provincial record at 280.5. He's going to give the next person something to work for. Michael will be attempting 295 kilograms. For those of you who don't have your calculator, that's over 650 pounds. That is like the combined weight of three adult males sitting on top of another, being lifted off the ground all at once by Mr. Michael Cooper. Again, going to already the new provincial record holder, now setting a even harder record for the next person to achieve. Got it up and down. And the refs say it's a good lift. 295 kilograms. There's been some heavy weight being lifted here today for this. A lot of heavy weight. We are into the final stretch of Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. The deadlift for the ladies coming up with Fiona Fay taking the first lift. Going to be lifting 70 kilograms. That's 154.3 pounds. So this is Fiona's first attempt at the deadlift. Seems to handle that one very easily. Gets 3 flags from the refs and a perfect lift from Fiona Fay. Next up, Emily Watson. Emily will be lifting 90 kilograms, which is 198.4 pounds. Emily said she never thought she'd be able to lift over 200 pounds in a deadlift. Now she feels that she's able to, feels very accomplished. A lot of improvement from this young lady. Again, very new to the sport after a back injury. I have a feeling Emily's going to be lifting way more than 200 pounds today. That was 198 and change. And she lifted that with, it looked like little to no effort. So good on you there, Emily. Moving to Tiffany Lepla. Tiffany will be attempting 102.5 kilos. Tiffany said her favorite lift here is the deadlift because she can lift 2.5 times her body weight. It's a good talking point and it shocks people. At 102.5 kilograms, that's 226 pounds. Bar is up and down. Good lift there for Tiffany. And that brings up Candice Dare. Candice will be attempting 112.5 kilograms. When asked what her favorite lift was, Candice said that's just like asking who's your favorite child. They're all a challenge to her, so depending on the training session, favorite status can change hands. So she'll be attempting 112.5 kilograms here. And I think we'll be seeing more from her in the next lift. 3 white flags there. Good lift by Candice. Lovely Kosarin coming up next. 115 kilograms, over 253 pounds. This will be your first attempt here in the deadlift. And Lovely seems to handle that weight with very little difficulty, clears it perfectly, and gets 3 white flags from the judges. Getting the bar ready now for Samantha Ang. Samantha will be starting her first lift At 142.5 kilograms, Samantha has already set one provincial record today in the women's squat. At 142.5 kilograms is 314 plus pounds. And you can hear Samantha coming to the bar. Bars up. Showing good control. 3 white flags. No surprise there. Samantha having a very good day so far. This brings Fiona Fay back around for her second attempt. She made her first attempt at 70, going to try 77.5 kilograms on this lift here. Three more white flags. Another good lift there for Fiona Fay. Fiona says that she's really proud of her balancing spring classes while training and working part-time in this year's pandemic, and still being able to qualify for the meet here. It's a tough balancing job. We're certainly glad she could be here. Emily Wapson now up for her second lift. 100 kilograms, 220.5 pounds. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see more out of that young lady on her third and final lift. Emily's having a great meet for her first ever competition. A person who's just started training in January. This brings us back to Tiffany Lepla. At 107.5 kilograms. This would be more than twice her body weight. This young lady has proven she may be tiny, but she's tough. All right. Close, but no cigar. She'll have one more attempt to make that weight. Moving on to Candice Dare. Next to powerlifting, Candice really enjoys jiu-jitsu. And her accomplishment she's most proud of here in powerlifting is that being a fairly new female to powerlifting, also in her 50s, can be strong. With lifts like that, I'm not going to argue with her. That was Candice clearing 120 kilos. Our next lifter coming up, Lovely Kasaran. Lovely will be attempting 127.5 kilograms, 281.1 pounds. Lift is good. And the judges agree. Lovely is now 2 for 2. And that brings Samantha Ang back for her second attempt. will be attempting 150 kilograms. That's over 330 pounds on this next lift. Oh, and that looks like a good one. Let's see what the referees have to say. 1, 2, 3 white flags. Another perfect lift for Samantha Ang. So we head into the final round of the deadlift. Fiona Fay will be coming back around at 82.5 kilograms, I believe. There we are. That's over 181 pounds, almost 182 pounds, actually. Fiona lifting in the 52 kilogram category. Attempting 82.5 kilograms. She successfully completed her first. There you go, Fiona Fay. The advice Fiona would give a new athlete would be, do not be afraid to fail. When lifting a new heavyweight for the first time, you will overcome the fear of failing the first time when you attempt it again a second time. Good advice, good lift for Fiona. Which brings us to Tiffany Lepla. Tiffany missed at 107.5 on her last attempt. Will be trying again at 107.5 on her third attempt. Good try there from Tiffany. Tiffany did complete her first attempt at 102.5. So she will score that for this event. Emily Watson coming in to lift 107.5 kilograms, 237 pounds. Oh, waiting for, sorry, that's... Sorry, that's, 107 kilograms here for Ms. Emily Watson. Oh, very close, but a great showing for young Miss Watson. First ever meet here. Who finishes the day with 100 kilograms in the deadlift. That brings us to Lovely Kasarin. Lovely will be lifting 135 kilograms in this attempt. And that's 3 for 3 for Lovely. And you can hear her teammates cheering her on in the background there. So Lovely finishes the deadlift at 135 kilos, which brings on Candace Dare, who will be attempting 137.5. Her last lift was 120, which she seemed to handle fairly easily. Good try, Candace. Candace still ends the day with a very impressive 120 kilograms. Bringing in Samantha Ang. Final lift of the meet. She'll be attempting 155 kilos in the deadlift. Samantha has had a very good run today, including setting one provincial record. That's always a good day when you can do that. Ed agrees with me. This has certainly been a very, very good afternoon. Some very heavy weights lifted. Great effort put forward by all the athletes here. And there you can hear Samantha coming too. She's full of energy. And hear her teammates cheering her on. $155 kilograms, 341.7 pounds. She's got it off the ground all right. Oh, and white flags from the refs. That's for 100. And there we go. And you can still hear Samantha going. We've got the awards ceremony coming up shortly. Stick around for that. But a great meet by all our athletes. Just take a moment again to thank our sponsors here for the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. Our main sponsors, Kaizen Naturals and Action Physiotherapy. Thank you very much for your sponsorship, as well as for our second-tier sponsors, Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, who provided some really great trophies, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company for the really spiffy t-shirts that you can see some of our volunteers wearing, and to Capital Ford Lincoln as well for providing some food for the volunteers here at the meet, and for giving me the time away from the dealership to come and be a part of this, because this has been just as fun as selling a car, let me tell you. It really has been. So we'll be back shortly with the awards ceremony. We'll be right back. So not only does Emily Watson do well in her first competition, she gets top honors in the in an 84 kilogram category. So good job there, Emily. Fiona Fay taking first place in the junior category there, 52 kilogram category. Good solid effort put forward from this young lady. There we go, trying to track down Tiffany Lepla, who takes first place in the 52 kilogram category for the Women Open category. Samantha Ang lifting 365.5 kilograms, taking top honors in the 63 kilogram Women Open category. And then lovely Kasarin in the 72 kilogram category, the total weight of 307.5. Very good showing from a young lady who's still very new to the sport. Even with the mask, you could tell she was smiling. And Candice Dare, in her age category, 50 to 59, with 247.5 combined kilograms, takes top honors in her category. Alex McKidd, the only member in junior, an impressive 430 kilograms. I predict seeing some big things from this young gentleman as he moves forward in the sport. Coming up, the 74 kilogram in the men's open, 19 to 23. Jeremy Martin getting a silver medal at 297.5 kilograms. And Jared McIntyre, who had an amazing day, 630 kilograms total lifting, gets top honors. And Michael Cooper in the 93 kilogram ring with 595 kilograms total and a provincial record to boot in the deadlift. You know, a gold winner champion. We'll have 3 Best Lifter awards to go out as well. So Fiona Fay wins Best Lifter in the junior female category. Jared McIntyre, Best Lifter in open male. Or junior male, excuse me. No surprise there, Best Female Lifter to Samantha Ang, who may have left the building, or is just a little camera shy now. Samantha had a great day, posting some huge weights. So that wraps up the Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0. If you just tuned in now and thought, oh no, I missed it, don't worry. This webcast will be on a repeat throughout the week, so I do recommend you check it out. And you can see this dude standing in front of the camera. My name is Mark Elliot with Capital Ford Lincoln. I'd like to say thank you again. Thank you as well again to our sponsors, Kaizen Naturals, Action Physiotherapy, Winnipeg Deck and Rail, Apex Elite, MJC 3D Prints, White Lion Athletics, Divine Shirts Company, and I already said this once, but I'll say this again, Capital Ford Lincoln for helping sponsor the event. I'd like to say thank you to my friend Ed here for doing an amazing job running the live stream. Thank you to all the volunteers who hustled as hard as the athletes did in making this event come together. Thank you very much. Feel free. The next meet, as you may have heard, October 17th. There's going to be one happening. Hopefully, we'll be able to either live stream or maybe even meet in person. Who knows? Let's take this 1 month at a time. Again, it's Mark Elliott for Movement Powerlifting Classic 3.0 signing off.